Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton backstretch? No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play?
It's free.
Why would you pay to play? Enjoy all your favorite comfort foods
Without missing a race.
Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live.
Raptors' undefeated mare in 24, Speaker Nancy, will be challenged by Duluth's newcomer, Raptors 1, while Light the Torch faces Shotgun Jerry dropping out of the open.
They're strung out, except the top couple, and it appears to be between these two. Capulet on the inside for Brasseau. Napoleon Hill fighting on the outside, coming on late for show. Armstead Sandy on the inside. Capulet gets the win. Up for second, Napoleon Hill, followed by Armstead Sandy in a time that we'll announce when we have it. Rolled Bay Stallion by Wallner out of Tosca, bred by Steve Organ of Aurora, Ontario, and owned by Determination of Montreal. He's trained by Catherine Girard and driven to victory by Stéphane Brasseau. That's the first career win for Capulet in his second start. Congratulations to the Connections. York, Inukshuk Sally reaches 3/4 all alone, 127-2. She's on a mission for Gagnon. Inukshuk Sally looks like a confident winner here, closing well for place, but still about 4 lengths behind her is Best Girl in Town, and then it's a wide gap back to Battle of York and Watcha Strikes Fame. 156-3. By Copley Stables of Ontario and Jody Sanderson of Prince Edward Island with Dean Larkin of Ontario. Dean Larkin of Edwards, Ontario is the owner. Mandy Archer trains the filly. Guy Gagnon puts her in the winner's circle with a new lifetime mark of 156-3. Congratulations to all the Connections and Inukshuk Sally. Quarters in 129-1. Stomper Tom still out there coming after the class dropper. Wish You'd Tell Me has put him away. Wish You'd Tell Me looks confident. He's leading by about 3. Here's a late move by Getting Messy, getting up for place behind Wish You'd Tell Me and Jimmy Gagnon. Closing for show, it looked like Ms. Franny ahead of Stomper Tom. 159-3. Rickard of Fredonia, PA, owned by trainer Gerard Vaillancourt of Kemptville, Ontario. Driven to victory by Jimmy Gagnon. That's Wish You'd Tell Me's first win in 4 starts this year. Congratulations to Wish You'd Tell Me and his Connections. On the inside, Jim's Big Thrill and Howmac Victor trying to hunt him down. First over and closing, but looking confident on the front end. All-Star Cheddar does it again by about 3 over Howmac Victor. Holding on for show was Jim's Big Thrill, 155-2. Circle, that's the 4 All-Star Cheddar. The undefeated at Rideau Carleton pacer. He's a 4-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Debutante Divorcée. Bred by Kenneth Albrecht of Milverton, Ontario, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario. Trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. All-Star Cheddar, a popular winner in 155-2. Congratulations. In the Esky, still trailing Saskabush Steve, 125-4. They're closing in on I'm a Dude. That's Mr. John having a very game effort up the inside. The favorite is coming on late, bucking better, but it's going to be Skylar. Skylar upsets over bucking better. I'm a Dude may have held on for show in 156. Now posted at 13-1, the 7 Skylar prevails for Jimmy Gagnon over The 4, Buckin' Better, second. Third was a 2, I'm a Dude. Fourth, the 1, The Dog in the Fight. And completing the high 5 was the 5, What's in the Esky? The starter has now called the field. They're the 1, Pop the Bubbly for Jimmy Gagnon. The 2, Perfect Alliance, William Waugh. The 3, Going Yard, Stéphane Pouliot. The 4, Raptors 1, Dan Delude. The 5, Speaker Nancy, Robert Shepard. The 6, The Turning Point, Stéphane Brosseau. The 7, Lady Corona for Pascal Berube. The 8, Sauble Amber, Michel Lagasse. And the trailer is the 9, DA Temptation for Guy Gagnon. Speaker Nancy. She's 3 for 3 this season at this track. Speaker Nancy is a 5-year-old bay mare by Art Speak out of Let's Imagine, bred by Wallen Ridge Farm Incorporated of Cream Ridge, New Jersey. She's owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, with the Ottawa Bob Racing Stable. To reel in the colt, 126 and 2. The colt, he's got to deal with Rockin' My Dream, and they're just chasing the colt. The colt and William Waugh need the wire. Rockin' My Dream getting closer. It's between these two, and it's the colt over Rockin' My Dream. Then it's back to EL Wild Sport. It looked like Baylor Bobby closed for 4th in 156 and 1. Now entering the Rideau Carleton winners enclosure, that is the colt. He's an 8-year-old bay gelding by Dudes the Man out of Silky's Lady, bred by M&L of Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware. He's owned by Don Lay of Amherst View and Gordon Lay of Odessa, Ontario, trained by Gordon, and driven to victory by William Waugh. Beauty is Blind. 3/4, 125 and 2. It looks to be between these two. Fighting back. Beach Journey on the outside and looking for the wire. Beauty is Blind. Oh, it's a tight one. Very tight decision. Possibly Beach Journey over Beauty is Blind. Up for show, JK LMNO in 155 and 2. Coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle is unofficial race 8 winner, number 2, Beach Journey. She's an 8-year-old bay mare by Net 10 Eom out of Diva du Jour, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated with Frederic Gagnon of Gatineau, Quebec. She's bred by Nathan Eichler of Spencerville, Indiana, trained and driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. She turns the tables on top rival Beauty is Blind here. Circling for home, 127 and 1 3/4 for Get Your License Liam. He looks to be home free now, leading by 4 lengths. Next best, that looks like a battle between a late closing Giddy Up Max and Up for Show, well worth the wait, holding on. 157 and 1. Incorporated of Châteauguay, Quebec, bred by Robert Montgomery of Carp, Ontario, trained by Victor Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon for his 3rd driving win of the night. Get Your License Liam is a 6-year-old brown gelding by Control the Moment out of Miss Pool. That's his 1st win in 6 seasonal starts. Congratulations to Best Bet and winning 1-5 favorite, Get Your License Liam, a popular winner. Good position if he can do the uncharacteristic off the pace effort here, but they're still chasing after Light the Torch. And Light the Torch hoping to get this done here up the inside. Stone Bridge Hermes coming on. Light the Torch. Light the Torch, too good. Up for place late. That was Shotgun Jerry. Then it was back to Stonebridge Hermes in third. 153 and 2 for Light the Torch, taking a bow in front of the grandstand. He also takes a new lifetime mark tonight of 153 and 2. That's after lowering his mark here previously on April 7th to 154. Future is looking bright for Light the Torch. He's reached 3/4 in 128 and 2. How does the confidence hold up against a late surging Magic of Life? Center of the field, it's the Magic of Life who gets there ahead of Show Me the Magic. Then it's back to Mask of Zorro and Raising Rusty, 159 flat. Unofficial results are now posted, and the 9-1 winner is the 4, Show Me the Magic, for Guy Gagnon. A close decision over the 6, the Magic of Life, second. 3, Mask of Zorro, held on for show. 8, Raising Rusty, finished 4th. And rounding out the high 5 was the 2, Amigo Mio. Sunday night, April 14th at Rideau Carleton Raceway. It was a night of new lifetime marks and maiden wins. Capulet captured the first for owner Determination of Montreal, trainer Catherine Girard, and driver Stéphane Brosseau in 2:01 and 1. It was a first lifetime win for the royally bred 5-year-old son of Walner. In race 6, the win streak continued for Speaker Nancy, who prevailed in 155 and 1 for owner Jamie Copley and the Ottawa Bob Racing Stable, trainer Mandy Archer, and driver Robert Shepard. We'll be back next Sunday, April 21st at 6:30 p.m. First Post. Join us for live racing from the nation's capital.
Live from the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario, Rideau Carleton Raceway embarks on its 62nd year of racing.
Hello and welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway. We welcome those of you on track and those of you online to our 5th race night of the 2024 meet. It's 26 minutes away from post time for race 1 of this 11 race card. The track is fast, and so far there's only one change to report in your program. Looking to race 4, there is a driver change on the 3, Uber Hanover, from Yves Corbin to Marie-Claude Auger in race 4 on the 3, Uber Hanover. Also, I see Lori Merchandise has been scratched, and now it's Pascal Berube driving in race 4 on the 3. That's Uber Hanover should have Pascal Berube. That's another change. And in race 2, there's a fresh scratch announced here of the 1, Lori Merchandise. track conditions are fast on this clear night. It's 8 degrees Celsius, 47 degrees Fahrenheit, with winds from the southwest, 28 kilometers an hour or 17 miles per hour. Humidity is 40%.
Hello, welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway. We're back this Sunday, April 21st with 11 races. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer, handicapper, and my guests and co-hosts.
Robbie Robinson, trainer driver.
Glenn Pearson, I guess track handicapper.
And we'll dive right in. Race 1, we've got some young horses who are pretty good here. I think Showdown gets the post relief and gets the win. Any other opinions?
I kind of agree with that.
Yeah.
Century Jazz could maybe, seems to have got over its braking problems and could give it a rough go. And Akshak Sally draws outside, so she might have to use herself up pretty good and is up in class. And then we have the professional maiden, Friar Voltaire. He's dropping in class, so maybe be part of it. Full Speed Steve, he's been good.
It's kind of wide open, that race, though. Vivi Z from the second tier. I think if she had post relief in the front tier, she's got the gate speed and she's run away with it here before, but not from the trailing post.
No, I don't think so.
I agree with you.
Well, any thoughts on that one, or do you want to start with race 2?
No, I'll give you, what I liked in that one was I liked Century Jazz. I went 4, 8, 2, 3 for my 4 horses. I mean, I liked that Showdown a little bit, like I've circled his last quarters, but I tell you, Full Speed Steve, to me, has got an inside post tonight, and he's been unlucky the last 2 starts when he zigged when he should have zagged. So watch for him tonight.
That one's a tough one. Race 2, also very competitive. Lots of young horses, some first-time starters. Like In Play Hanover looks really good here. Good qualifier April 10th here, battling back and forth with Red Carpet Ready and just barely getting beat.
Yeah, he had a good qualifier. I like 4 horses in here to win. I can't pick between them. Little Joe's had solid qualifiers. In Play Hanover, nice qualifier. Battle of York had a better effort last time. And the Copley Archer horse, Mr. Laz, had a real nice qualifier, but the 8-hole, it's kind of tough first start.
Mine was exactly the same 4 horses, so we'll agree on those and just box them, I guess.
There's always a good approach. And race 3, some top class trotters, and you have opinions on this one, Robbie, for sure.
Meadow Branch Noble, he's been good lately. The horse I'm driving, he seems to have the most class in the race. He won last time at Woodbine. It was a cheaper field, but Johnny knows the horse real well. He'll let me know what I need to do, like his quirks and everything. So I like his shot in there. Ripped and Ready is a good horse, but as we talked before, I think he needs a few more starts. And
Maybe CrossFit to round out your...
he kind of raced a little flat last week. I know he broke, but he was back quick. But he just he didn't fire at all last time.
The one that needs help is the rail horse.
How so? He needs to get to the fair start pole.
Well, he's in tough. He's in very tough.
I like him. Jamie Copley has spoken highly of him and says we need to keep an eye on him. Yeah. I'm a stand-up guy. So.
I think that the switch there to Robert Shepard.
Yeah.
Last time he was so far back. I don't know why he was that far back.
He was refunded. Yeah. He wouldn't settle down.
But he schooled the other day. Robert Shepard schooled him. I know when Guy Gagnon qualified him, he looked handy. So he could. That's another horse that could just surprise everybody.
Yeah. So race 4, we have a newcomer here for the Mandy Archer stable with Robert Shepard. The 7, Bring Your Fire, who I thought was great at Mohawk, a beaten favorite on April 8th. He was just barely beaten. Post 7, I don't like that exactly, but that's who I'm going with in race 4.
Yeah, it's a fairly tough race. going on his horse. He draws the rail again.
It's a dog in the fight.
Yeah, it's a little cheaper class. Sonny Bo's moving up, but he's been racing good, and the colt has been very good his last.
And keeps getting claimed back over and over.
Yeah,
they want to
so
keep him, Gordon Lay.
Yeah, my four, again, Robbie, you and I are on the same bandwagon on that one. Like the same 4 horses, 1, 4, 6, and 7.
So race 5, the chairman, does he finally get it done for Guy Gagnon? They have history together.
He needs to get to the front, and he's not getting in the front in here. The 5 horse is going to go to the front. I like the 1 horse.
Always your way.
Yeah. Rock and Roll Nation, he's a kind of a grinder. Tahuya Brew had a bad trip last time, so he might, out of the 9 hole with the levers on the inside, maybe he could get into the race a little bit better this time.
And John Snow, I think we're overlooking a little bit. He has a good history with Ryan Guy and had half his wins for him last year, and that's who's driving tonight. Yeah,
maybe. I'm going to overlook him again. I'm going to actually, Robbie, you and I are on the same page again. 1, 2, 3, 9. That's my 4-horse box, and I'm leaning towards Tahuya Brew to win it.
That second tier, some of the posts are less helpful than others. Let's skip a race and just go straight to race 7, one of them that we're all looking forward to tonight with the top class pacers. Does the light speed do it again?
I'm going to say tonight, no. I have a different theory that Pascal Berube on PL Aussie is going to be blasting tonight. How much he gets taken by the inside horses, maybe he'll determine. Jet Rock, first start back, and he was very competitive against the light speed. So if them 3 horses, this adds a little bit more of a dimension to this race with another legitimate horse in there. So, but I'm going with PL Aussie tonight.
Yeah, me as well. PL Aussie, Lightspeed second, Dillon's Bank third.
PL Aussie's been a beaten favorite in his last 2 so far, so we'll see. Maybe tonight's the night.
Just win 3 in the preferred around here doesn't happen very often. So.
True. So race 8, Ray's Credit looks pretty strong to me. He's back at a winnable classification, gets the rail and some post reliefs, so I think he's got a good chance here.
Yeah, I like Ray's Credit in here.
Good closer.
That's who I picked to win. Mr. John had just a tough trip last time. I think with the 2 hole he should get a little bit better. Maybe the 3 and Century Invictus. Robert Shepard had to pick a 3 horses in here, and he took him. So he must have saw something in that qualifier that he had.
He scares me, but you can only pick so many in a given race, and I think Ray's Credit gets it here. But what do you think, Glenn?
No, I agree with that. 1, 2, 3 is what I like, and I skipped over the 5 and went down to the 7 to make it come true there. He's had terrible positions, and I think he's better than he shows. So, but the inside horses have the edge.
Definitely.
I think D with the drop in class and out of the 7 hole, he's took back the last 2 times. So tonight he might be blasting out of there.
And race 9, on-time delivery. He was excellent last time on April 7th, a lifetime mark, 156-1. And post 6, that's actually not a bad post here.
No, if he goes anything like the last 2, the jumping class shouldn't hurt this horse at all. Conquest Sealster, I think, will be going out of there, cutting the race out. Win San Diego, the last start, beaten favorite, but he seemed very rough-gated, looked like she couldn't use him, so he's been off roughly about 3 weeks or so, so maybe they've got him ironed out. And this Baylor Bobby just had a horrendous trip last time. So
the worst trip,
Yeah, I agree with those numbers as well. I like the 6 to win, Conquest Sealster for second, and then 5, I went to YS Cheddar Wheel for third, and that Baylor Bobby, and he could win it depending on he's that fast.
He did have interference last start too, so yeah, it was a tough race. He's my second choice there. So let's wrap it up maybe with race 10, Silverado. He's my best bet. I think he's got everything in place for his first win this season, and he had a number of them last year for Ryan Guy and Wayne LaViolette.
I think he could be part of it, but my hunch bet here is this Howie's man. Like last week, he got brutalized. As long as it didn't hurt him.
That was a wild trip against Light the Torch.
He's got the rail, and if Dan Duluth can get him out of there, and I think he could be, this could be it could pay good, that horse.
Yeah, he'll be tough after that trip. And I went right down Diamond Dude for second,
Yeah,
Silver
same
Owl for
here.
third, and I'm going to be on Jason and Real Rubies at play until he shows.
He's
for me.
in my super. Yes, yeah, and he's got
I'm
the
waiting for
class
that
relief.
patented rush.
So I guess that's our picks for tonight, and we'll wrap it up. Good luck with all your wagers, and thanks for playing Rideau Carleton.
We're looking at changes now for the car. There's been a few. None in race 1. In race 2, scratch the 1, Lori Merchandise. No changes in race 3. In race 4, the driver on the 3 has been changed to Pascal Berube. That's Uber Hanover with Pascal Berube. In race 5, blinkers to blind. On the 6, De Chairman. And also in race 6, on the 8, Delco Dynamo, side rolls to blind. No changes in race 7. No changes in race 8. In race 9, there's an equipment change on the hopples of the 9, DA Cinnamon Crunch. They go from 57.5 inches. They're changed. And in race 10, equipment change, aluminum to flip-flops front, and a driver change as well, both on the 2, Rock and Zeus, who will be driven by Guy Gagnon. That's Guy Gagnon driving the 2, Rock and Zeus in race 10, who also gets a shoeing change up front. That's your changes. We're 12 minutes away from race 1. The track is fast, and it's a beautiful night for racing in the nation's capital. In race 1, it's the start of the first daily double. We also have exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering, and a full field of 9. The track handicapper selections are now on your screens. In race 1, Glenn Pearson, like Century Jazz, the 4. Over the 8, Inukshuk Sally, who's currently the 6-5 favorite, and then Full Speed Steve and Showdown for 4th. I'm going with Showdown on top of my ticket over Vivi Z from the 2nd tier, and then I have Century Jazz 3rd, followed by Inukshuk Sally from a tough post 4th. You can always box these combinations, and then the order of finish is less important because you're covered. But that's our options here in race 1. Coming up shortly on tonight's Worth Remembering, a memorable race suggested by John McMillan going back to October 2008. Sharon Christie and Oral Colville Jr. team up with the mare Becky's Delight, and it's quite a finish. You'll want to check it out on tonight's Worth Remembering. We're 5 minutes away from race 1, which has no changes. Take note, if you're playing the daily double, the 1 in race 2 Lorry Merchandise is a scratch. Continued favoritism for the 8 Inukshuk Sally, despite the tough post position. This filly coming in off a nice lifetime best victory at Rideau Carleton for Mandy Archer, Guy Gagnon, and owner Dean Larkin. A lot of players going back to the 8 for that reason. Inukshuk Sally, current favorite at 6-5. On tonight's Worth Remembering, we go to Friday, October 17th, 2008, race 15, and a big performance for Becky's Delight, the pacing mare trained by longtime trainer Sharon Christie and driven by Oral Colville Jr.
Blossoms and Bows on the outside, now gets into the 2-hole. KW Golden Girl has come away third. Nutton drives up fourth on the outside. Quick a Minute settles back, tries to get to the rail next, followed by Becky's Delight. Then it's 2 more lengths on the inside to Trixie Jodine, further back to Orain Bayama, and Chill Me to the Bone, 28 2/4 time. They move past the grandstand and the Rideau Carleton faithful for the final time tonight. Boss Lady Mamser for Baudouin by 2. Blossoms and Bows second. KW Golden Girl comes first up from third. To the inside, Nutton is fourth. Quick a Minute is second out into the flow from fifth. Becky's Delight saves ground for Colville Jr. up the inside. Next comes Trixie Jodine. To the outside, Orain Bayama, then Chill Me to the Bone. Halftime 59 flat, to the backstretch they go, all chasing Boss Lady Mamser. From second, Blossoms and Bows. On the outside of the racetrack, KW Golden Girl is stalled for Colville. Up the inside, Nutton saves ground. There goes Becky's Delight, pulling the trigger 3 wide, picking them up and laying them down. Saving ground up the inside, Tricky Jodine. It's about 5 back to Quick a Minute, then another 5 to Chill Me to the Bone and Orain Bayama. 3/4 is 129. They're on the final turn. Boss Lady Mamser getting some tippy-tap urging from Jacques Baudouin. From widest of all, Becky's Delight has hit her best stride. She's plugging away. On the inside, Nutton is there as well with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Here they come for home. It's Becky's Delight to the deep stretch lead, coming for the payoff. Becky's Delight, Nutton on the inside, and Becky's Delight is home to win the finale. Up for second, Tricky Jodine, Nutton third in 2:01.
An excellent race call by John McMillan. That was Becky's Delight, a winner back in 2008 here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Becky's Delight will be familiar to longtime players of Rideau Carleton Raceway because she raced here from November 2007 until December 7th, 2014. without traveling to any other tracks. Most of her career was spent here for trainer Sharon Christie, and on the replay, Oral Colville Jr. driving. He retired in 2015. Post Parade will be coming out shortly for race 1. The first pick 4 of the night will kick off in race 2. My ticket got a little less expensive than the one posted on the screen because in race 2, the one, Laurie Marchandise, was a scratch. Some large fields and competitive racing tonight at Rideau Carleton. The horses are coming on the track for the race 1 Post Parade. This race is for non-winners of $15,000 lifetime, also eligible $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $30,000 lifetime with allowances. The purse, $6,000. The one is Friar Voltaire, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Lloyd Stone, Michael Horwood, and trainer Vic Putty. Pascal Berube drives. Two is Full Speed Steve, owned by April Murphy, trained by John McMillan, and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Three is Showdown, owned by Windermere Farms, trained by Isabelle Darvaux, driven by Robert Shepard. Four is current 7-5 favorite Century Jazz, owned by Gestion J.Y. Blais Incorporated and a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Five is Watch Her Go, owned and trained by Katja Leclerc, driven by Melanie Plourde. Six is Shadow Dave, owned by Anne Lemerand, trained and driven by Mike Healy. Seven is Jesus Murphy Joseph, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, and driven by Drew Smythe. Eight is Inukshuk Sally, owned by Dean Larkin, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. And from the second tier, the 9 is Vivi Zed, or Z. Owned, trained, and driven by Kyle Forgy. That's your field for race 1. No changes. Start of the daily double. There's also exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering here. Vivi Z is on your screen. She cut fractions here April 7th for driver Kyle Forgy, leaving aggressively from post 8, and she circled full speed Steve on the first turn, but she couldn't sustain her speed in the stretch and was overtaken by a number of closers, including current favorite, the 4 Century Jazz, and the 3 Showdown. The second tier may not be to her liking here, but she's surprised us in the past with a win last year at this track. Vivi Z is currently 8-1. Current favorite, still at 6-5. Century Jazz, the 4. He's undefeated in 2 starts here this season for Stefan Pouliot, including on a class jump back on April 7th. He lowered his lifetime mark to 157 flat, and he's back to the post of his maiden-breaking win that was at this track on March 24th. There's broken equipment to announce on the 8 this race. A broken head pole on Inukshuk Sally, who has returned to the paddock for equipment repair. Windows remain open for wagering. It looks like Inukshuk Sally, the 8, is back on track. Last chance to wager on race 1. The starter has called the race 1 Pacers. They're the 1, Friar Voltaire, Pascal Berube. The 2, Full Speed Steve, Stéphane Brosseau. The 3, Showdown, Robert Shepard. The 4, Century Jazz, Stéphane Pouliot. The 5, Watch Her Go, Melanie Plourde. The 6, Shadow Dave, Mike Healy. The 7, Jesus Murphy Joseph, Drew Smythe. The 8, Inukshuk Sally, Guy Gagnon. And the trailing 9 is Vivi Z for Kyle Forgy. The horses are on the turn, headed for the start of race 1. They're lined up with the 1 trailer, gaining ground. And they're off. Leaving well from the inside is Full Speed Steve. He's stepping ahead of Friar Voltaire, who backs into the pocket. Moving first over into third outside is Century Jazz. Back behind him fourth is Showdown. Then it's Watch Her Go. They're well spaced out in the early going and unsettled on the front end. Full Speed Steve being confronted by Century Jazz as they head to the quarter. That's now a new leader, Century Jazz, pulling in front of the grandstand. Now in the pocket, that's Full Speed Steve, a couple of lengths back to Friar Voltaire. Here comes Vivi Z now advancing first over into third. Back in fifth is Showdown, followed by Watch Her Go and Shadow Dave at the back. Inukshuk Sally yet to make a move, and gapping at the back of the field is Jesus Murphy Joseph. They're on the turn. Another front end battle brewing here as Century Jazz and Full Speed Steve are in the top two positions, but on the outside now, pushing on is Vivi Z. She's matching strides. They went by the half in 58 and 1. Vivi Z is first over and parked out there by Century Jazz, who continues to lead. A big move now, 3 wide from the filly Showdown. Showdown is up into second. Full Speed Steve guarding the pocket. Another big move on the turn coming from the back of the field, and that's Gagnon sending Inukshuk Sally. They're still chasing after Century Jazz. The favorite has about 3 lengths on the rest. Full Speed Steve trying to narrow that down as the wire approaches, and it's going to be Century Jazz finishing ahead of Full Speed Steve. Friar Voltaire, Showdown looked to be fourth. And it looks like the final time was 1:57 and 2 for the mile. In a conversation this weekend with Pat Woods of Winback Farms of Canada, he mentioned that the longevity of Bettor's Delight as a stallion can be seen by the fact that his offspring are racing and winning all across North America, even as the 26-year-old stallion retires from breeding this season. Century Jazz The unofficial winner of race 1 is a 4-year-old brown gelding sired by Better's Delight out of Strike Accord, owned by Gestion J.Y. Blais Incorporated of Quebec with a numbered Quebec corporation. He's bred by Century Spring Farms of Ontario, trained and driven to victory by Stéphane Pouliot. A 157-2 win for Century Jazz, who is now 3 for 3 in 2024. Congratulations. The unofficial results are posted with the 4 Century Jazz, the race winner ahead of the 2 Full Speed Steve second, the 1 Friar Voltaire third, and the 3 Showdown fourth. And race 1 is now official. Century Jazz, the race winner, pays $4.80 to win. That $2 exactor 4-2 combination returns $22.20. The $1 try 4-2-1 $47.95, and the $1 superfecta $121 for the 4-2-1-3 combination. As we await the complete rundown from race 1, the fractions were as follows. Not recorded opening quarter, 58 and 1 to the half, 126 and 4 to 3/4, and 157 and 2 for the mile. Friar Voltaire, the 1, was third. The 2, Full Speed Steve, was second. The 3, Showdown, was fourth. The 4, Century Jazz, your race winner. The 5, Watch Her Go, was seventh, place sixth. The 6, Shadow Dave, finished fifth. The 7, Jesus Murphy Joseph, was ninth, placed eighth. The 8, Inukshuk Sally, was fifth, placed ninth. And the 9, Vivi Z, was eighth, placed seventh. From the top down, your program should read 3, 2, 4, 1, 7 placed 6, 5, 9 placed 8th, 5th placed 9th, 8th placed 7th. Race 2 is next. There's one change. The 1, Lori Merchandise, is scratched. It's now a field of 7 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering. Some information from the AGCO judges about the placings in race 1. The 8, Inukshuk Sally, interfered with other horses when rough gated, leading to the placings in race 1. The race 2 post-parade should be coming shortly. In the meantime, selections are on screen from myself and Glenn Pearson for this race. And we're both going with a first-time starter, In Play Hanover. He's another Bettor's Delight, the winner of race 1, was a bettor's delight, Century Jazz. So I guess we're going back to that source of quality here. He's a 3-year-old colt by Bettor's Delight out of I'm Sassy, and he's 3-1 at the moment. We like the current favorite in the place spot here. That's the even money choice, number 6, Battle of York for Stefan Pouliot. And then Glenn is looking to first-time starter Mr. Laz from post 8. That's a Lazarus colt, 3 years old, out of Nicola Blue Chip. Starting from Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon. I was going with Laurie Marchandise, the 1 who is now scratched, but I think the 3 Smells Like Teen Spirit, a 3-year-old filly here, a Bettor's Wish out of Seeking Nirvana. She's had a few starts here already, 3 this year, and could do well for trainer Macy Castle-Smythe and driver Ryan Guy. If you're playing the pick 4 that starts in race 2, you'll want to look ahead to race 4. There's a significant driver change on the 3 Uber Hanover, who is now driven by Pascal Berube. The race 2 Pacers are coming out on track. They're non-winners of $400 per start in their last 10 starts with allowances. Also eligible, $8,500 claimers. They're going for a purse of $5,600. The 1, Laurie Marchandise, is scratched. The 2 is Little Joe, owned by trainer Jeremy Marcotte, driven by Richard Samard. Three is Smells Like Teen Spirit, owned by Keith Castle, driven by Ryan Guy, trained by Macy Castle-Smythe. 4 is In Play Hanover, owned by Michael and Sam Sergi, trained by Stefan Pouliot, driven by Robert Shepard. Five is All Star Ballerina, owned and trained by Jennifer McBride, driven by Kyle Forgy. 6 is the current even money favorite. That's Battle of York, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation with a numbered Canadian corporation. Trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Seven is Pull Your Own Strings, owned by Michael Horwood with trainer Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. And completing the field is the 8, Mr. Laz, owned by Jamie Copley with John McDonald, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. It's a field of 7 in race 2. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta wagering here, and it starts the first pick 4 of the evening. The favorite, Battle of York, number 6, is now on your screen. He's currently even money. He pocketed up behind fast-leaving Best Girl in Town here last Sunday and made a first-over move at the opening quarter. He was caught late by Inukshuk Sally around 3/4 and didn't really put up any resistance. He did drop back in the stretch as well. He could be better here. There's no Best Girl in Town, and there's no Inukshuk Sally. He's 4-5 at the moment. They'll be going behind the gate shortly here in race 2. My suggested pick 4 ticket is on your screens, and it's a less expensive ticket now. It's $10.80 because the 1 in the opening leg, this race, has been scratched. So I'm going 4-6-3 in this opening leg, and that's In Play Hanover, the 4, the 6, who is the current favorite, Battle of York, and also Smells Like Teen Spirit, the 3, who I think can improve here. She looked good going past a moment ago for Ryan Guy. She gets some post relief here after trailing and outside posts. The starter has called the field for race 2. The 1 is Scratch. The 2 is Little Joe, Richard Simard. The 3 Smells Like Teen Spirit, Ryan Guy. The 4 is In Play Hanover, Robert Shepard. The 5, All-Star Ballerina, Kyle Forgy. The 6, Battle of York, Stéphane Pouliot. The 7, Pull Your Own Strings, Jimmy Gagnon. And the 8, Mr. Laz, Guy Gagnon. They're lining up on the turn with All-Star Ballerina lagging slightly behind, and Little Joe looking to time the gate. They're ready for the start. And they're off. Smells Like Teen Spirit surges early. On her outside, here comes Battle of York. Caught wide, Pull Your Own Strings is looking for room along the pylons. Behind him, In Play Hanover is fourth. Then it's back to All-Star Ballerina, Little Joe, and at the back, Mr. Laz. Smells Like Teen Spirit leads the way just ahead of Battle of York as they head to the opening quarter. 29-3, a measured opening panel for Smells Like Teen Spirit as the filly leads by about 2 over Battle of York, who sits the pocket. Then it's about 3 lengths back to Pull Your Own Strings. Gapping fourth is In Play Hanover, followed by Little Joe. Then it's back to All-Star Ballerina, still trailing Mr. Laz. They're on the second turn, single file, headed to the half with Smells Like Teen Spirit, cutting the fractions, stalked from the pocket by Battle of York, and it's a 3-length and widening gap back to third place. Pull Your Own Strings, 1 minute and 2/5, a leisurely tempo for Smells Like Teen Spirit, with the favorite Battle of York sitting second. Still third and not gaining ground to catch up to the top 2. That's Pull Your Own Strings. Here comes movement now. Stepping out from fourth is First Over In Play Hanover. They reach 3/4 in 1:30-1. Also stepping out, Battle of York tries a first over move and rethinks it. It still Smells Like Teen Spirit leading the way. As the stretch looms ahead, Ryan Guy asks for more. Smells Like Teen Spirit opening up by a 3-length advantage now over Battle of York. Smells Like Teen Spirit coming on late and possibly stealing place was In Play Hanover. It's a photo for place between Battle of York and In Play Hanover. 2 minutes and 1/5. Unofficial results are now posted with the 3 Smells Like Teen Spirit, a 6-1 winner for Ryan Guy. The favorite, Battle of York, the 6, finished second, just ahead of In Play Hanover, third, and Pull Your Own Strings was fourth. Now making her first appearance, but probably not the last, in the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. It's the 3, Smells Like Teen Spirit. She's a 3-year-old bay filly by Better's Wish out of Seeking Nirvana, owned by Keith Castle of Smith Falls, Ontario, bred by Joie de Vie Farm of Jobstown, New Jersey, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, driven to victory by Ryan Guy. That's a first lifetime win in her 4th career start. Congratulations to the connections of Smells Like Teen Spirit. Race 2 is now official, with the 3, Smells Like Teen Spirit, a 6-1 winner. 6, Battle of York, the favorite, second. In Play Hanover, the 4, was third. And 7, Pull Your Own Strings, rounds out the superfecta. Smells Like Teen Spirit pays $15.70 to win. The 3-6 exactor will be displayed momentarily. The 4-3 daily double pays $82.50 for the $2 ticket. That 3-6 exactor paid $56. $1 try, 364, $118.10, and the $1 super $1 superfecta of 3647, $440.50. The race 2 fractions were 29 and 3, 1 minute and 2 fifths, 1:30 and 1, and it's a 2 minute and a 1/5 maiden victory for Smells Like Teen Spirit. The race 2 rundown is now posted. The 1, Lori Merchandise, scratched. The 2, Little Joe, was 6th. The 3, Smells Like Teen Spirit, your race winner. The 4, In Play Hanover, was 3rd. The 5, All-Star Ballerina, 5th. The 6, Battle of York, was 2nd. The 7, Pull Your Own Strings, 4th. And the 8, Mr. Laz, finished 7th. From the top down, your program should read scratch 6135247. The fractions again were 29 and 3, 1 minute and 2/5, 1:30 and 1, and 2 minutes and 1/5 in the maiden win for Smells Like Teen Spirit. It was a close finish for place, but in the end, it was Battle of York on the inside, the 6, as you can see, over the fast closing 4. Happy birthday to Brooke from family, friends, and everyone at Rideau Carleton. Especially track photographer Bente Nielsen. Race 3 is coming up next. It's the preferred handicap trot with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering.
Line drive, Hanover wins the Charles Jorovinsky Memorial Cup. It looks like there could still be some sandwiches left at the Roberto's Corner Italian sandwiches stand on the back stretch for any hungry horse people. Highly recommended by John McMillan. I hope to try one soon. The race 3 trotters are coming out for post parade shortly. On your screens, the next pick 4 is now displayed, my suggested ticket. I would change to go 4 deep in the opening leg, if I could make a recommendation, with the driver change on the 3, Uber Hanover, coming up in race 4. Pascal Berube now catch drives for trainer Yves Corbin. That's the 3 in race 4. I think I would add him, or consider it, in the opening leg of the next pick 4. Race 3 is the preferred handicap trot with post 5 assigned. They're going for a purse of $10,000. The 1 is I'm a Stand-Up Guy, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, and Darren Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. Two is Ripped and Ready, owned by Dr. Ruth Irving, trained by Terry Vandenplas, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 3 is Done It Over, owned and trained by John McMillan, driven by Robbie Robinson. 4 is CrossFit, owned by Gordon McDonald and Christopher Boland, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Pascal Berube. Completing the field from assigned post 5 is current 1-5 favorite Meadow Branch Noble, owned by Jamie Copley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. That's your field for race 3. It's easy to understand why Meadow Branch Noble is the current 1-5 favorite. He's undefeated at Rideau Carleton. He likes the front end, and he got there easily from post 6 on April 7th to hold off a fast closing Raising Rusty in the stretch. He's the stablemate of the one I'm a stand-up guy, but looks to be the choice of driver Guy Gagnon. Meadow Branch Noble is now 2-5. The track handicapper selections are now on your screens with Glenn Pearson choosing the 5, Meadow Branch Noble. I'm more of a price player, and I think the one I'm a stand-up guy is capable of much more than he showed here April 7th. He never caught the gate and was refunded in the end. He wouldn't go behind the gate. There's been a driver change here. Robert Shepard takes the lines. I'm a stand-up guy. Could improve on that basis. We also both like the 3, Donatover, a recent winner at Woodbine Mohawk Park. That was his first win of the season, and he's coming home to a track he knows and likes quite a bit. He does have a history of occasional breaks. So Donatover is one to use perhaps with caution, but driver Robbie Robinson was optimistic on the pregame show. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering here. But you'll have to do it quickly. The starter has called the preferred trotters from the inside out. They're the 1, I'm a stand-up guy, Robert Shepard, the 2, Ripton Ready, Jimmy Gagnon, the 3, Donatover, Robbie Robinson, the 4, CrossFit, Pascal Berube, and the 5, Meadow Branch Noble for Guy Gagnon. They're headed into the turn with CrossFit having to do a little extra to catch rivals. They're getting into place for race 3. And they're off, dropping back at the start. I'm a stand-up guy and Ripton Ready are taken to the back of the field. Third and advancing is
CrossFit, but we've got a little bit of a battle brewing up front as Donna Tover is parking out Meadow Branch Noble in the early going. Meadow Branch Noble, the heavy favorite at 1-9, has taken a seat behind Donna Tover as they hit that opening quarter in 28-2. Up front and leading by 3 is Donna Tover. Second, Meadow Branch Noble. Then it's a wide gap of about 7 lengths. Back to next best CrossFit third, followed by I'm a Stand-Up Guy, and trailing by about 3, Ripped and Ready. They're on that second turn so far. Just the 2 at the front, keeping distance from the rest. On the front, Donna Tover. Following him for Gagnon is Meadow Branch Noble, yet to catch up from third. CrossFit has work to do. I'm a Stand-Up Guy is fourth, and then gapping about 3 behind him last, still Ripped and Ready. The half was reached in 57-2. Donna Tover facing no pressure yet, but Meadow Branch Noble is winding up. They hit 3/4 in 1:26-3. Donna Tover now has competition on his outside. Meadow Branch Noble is coming on. Moving up into third. Second over is I'm a Stand-Up Guy. Here they come down the stretch. Donna Tover fighting back. Meadow Branch Noble coming on. Donna Tover versus Meadow Branch Noble. It's between these two. And it's a very tight finish. Third, I'm a Stand-Up Guy ahead of CrossFit and Ripped and Ready. 1:56-4. We'll wait for the win photo there. There's an inquiry on the 4 CrossFit regarding the braking rule after the start. Inquiry on the 4 CrossFit. Unofficial results now posted. It was a perfectly timed drive by Guy Gagnon. Meadow Branch Noble, the unofficial winning favorite, gets past Donna Tover, the 3. I'm a Stand-Up Guy, third. And the judge's inquiry pertains to the 4 CrossFit and the braking rule. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle is unofficial winner, Meadow Branch Noble. Meadow Branch Noble is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Explosive Matter out of When Mars Memo, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, bred by Hans Engren of Abbottstown, PA. The trainer, Mandy Archer, the winning driver, Guy Gagnon. Congratulations to Meadow Branch Noble. The win streak continues at Rideau Carleton.
In an update from the AGCO judges, the 4 CrossFit did not violate the braking rule, and there won't be any placing in race 3. Race 3 results are now official. The 5, Meadow Branch Noble, the 1-9 winning favorite for Guy Gagnon over the 3, Donatover, finishing a very close second for Robbie Robinson. The 1, I'm a Stand-Up Guy, finished third, and the 4, CrossFit, will stay up, as the judges have ruled he did not violate the braking rules. Race 3 prices are now posted. The 5, Meadow Branch Noble, returns $2.20 to win. The $2 exactor, 5-3, is $10.80. $1 try, 5-3-1, $25.65. And the $1 super, $46.90 for the 5-3-1-4 combination. The race 3 rundown is now on your screens. The 1, I'm a stand-up guy, was 3rd. The 2, Ripped and Ready, 5th. The 3, Donatover, a close 2nd. The 4, CrossFit, 4th. And the 5, Meadow Branch Noble, a popular 1-9 winner for Guy Gagnon. The race 3 fractions were as follows: 28 and 2, 57 and 2, 126 and 3, and 156 and 4 for the mile. And the photo finish for win is a close one, but it's clearer when you see it on the screens. Meadow Branch Noble beating out Donatover in that final stride. Happy 30th birthday to Richard from your family, friends, and everyone here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Two claims have been entered on the 7, Bring Your Fire, coming up in race 4, a $10,500 claiming race. 2 claims entered on the 7, Bring Your Fire, who happens to be my top selection here, and Glenn Pearson likes him for place. Glenn is going with Sunny Bow on top, coming in after a front-end victory with broken equipment on April 7th. I like Sunny Bow as well. I'm putting him in the show spot, and we both agree you can't leave the Colt out of your superfecta. He's the 6. Very game win in his most recent effort, and he went back-to-back after an April 8th victory at the Raceway at Western Fair. The 6, the Colt, is the current 3-2 favorite as we await the race 4 post-parade. Here come the race 4 pacers. They're $10,500 claimers, going for a purse of $6,000. There is a change, a driver change on the 3 Uber Hanover. Pascal Berube will be driving, not trainer Yves Corbin. 2 claims are entered on the 7, Bring Your Fire. The 1 is The Dog in the Fight, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon with Gestion Louis Latulippe Incorporated, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Two is Wrangler Cash. Wrangler Cash is owned and trained by Alain Martin, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. The 3, Uber Hanover, is owned by Nicole Corbin, trained by Yves Corbin, and is catch-driven by Pascal Berube tonight. The 4 is Sonny Beau. He's owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. The 5 is Brody's Scrapper, owned by Anne Lemarand, trained and driven by Mike Healy, making an early visit to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, where he's standing right now. Six is The Colt, owned by Don Lay and trainer Gord Lay, and driven by Jimmy Gann. Completing the field is the 7, Bring Your Fire, owned by Jamie and Jacob Copley with Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. 2 claims are entered on the 7. And that's your field for race 4. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering here. The 8-5 wagering favorite from post 6 is the Colt, now on your screens. The Colt had a front-end win here on Sunday. He overtook Rockin' My Dream on the first turn and held off a first over Rockin' For Real from the half right to the final turn. He needed the wire because Rockin' My Dream came out of the pocket late. It was a game victory. My question mark has to do with facing some tougher horses in this field. But the Colt is the 8-5 wagering choice at the moment. The 5, Brody Scrapper, looks very eager to return to the winner's circle. And the field has been called for race 4. The 1 is The Dog in the Fight for Guy Gagnon. The 2, Wrangler Cash, Stéphane Brosseau. The 3, Uber Hanover, Pascal Berube, Catch Drives. The 4, Sunny Bow for Stéphane Pouliot. The 5, Brody's Scrapper, Mike Healy. The 6 is The Colt for Jimmy Gagnon. And the 7 is Bring Your Fire for Robert Shepard. They're lined up on the turn and approaching the start of race 4. And they're off. Wrangler Cash stepping out. Leaving well on his outside is Sunny Bow, and he is going to stick a neck in front. That's Sunny Bow stepping ahead of Wrangler Cash to claim the early lead. The Colt is underway, first over. He's up into third on the outside, followed in fourth by The Dog in the Fight on the inside. Then it's back to a fifth place Uber Hanover. A 27-4 opening panel for Sunny Bow, who's up there by about 2 lengths over next best Wrangler Cash. On the inside, The Dog in the Fight is third. On the outside, that's the Colt. Following the cover of the Colt from the back of the field, Brody's Scrapper is second over, caught inside with nowhere to go. Uber Hanover, and trying to get involved from the back of the field is Bring Your Fire. They reach the half in 57-2, led by Sunny Bow, keeping about a length and a half ahead of Wrangler Cash. Then it's back to the Colt, who is looking to find room along the pylons, but not getting it. The Dog in the Fight moving up fourth on the inside. And now there's some 3-wide action coming from the back of the field. Bring Your Fire. Oh, and he's made a break, and he's being taken back. He's being taken out of it. Up front, Sunny Bow continues on his way, now with urging. Sunny Bow with Wrangler Cash stalking from the pocket. The Colt has backed down 125 4 3/4, and it is up to Sunny Bow to sustain his lead with The Dog in the Fight charging wide for place. It's Sunny Bow getting there ahead of The Dog in the Fight, Uber Hanover, and Wrangler Cash in 156-1. Unofficial results are now posted for race 4, with the 4, Sunny Bow, winning over 1, The Dog in the Fight, second, then Uber Hanover up for show ahead of Wrangler Cash, fourth. Now entering the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure is the race 4 winner, number 4, Sunny Bow. He's an 8-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach out of OC My Bow. He's owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, bred by Debbie Filsinger of Cargill and Terry Fritz of Walkerton, Ontario, and driven to his latest win, his second this season, by trainer Stéphane Pouliot. Congratulations to Sunny Bow and his connections. Race 4 is official with prices now posted. The 4, Sunny Bow, returns $10 to win. The $2 exactor, 4-1 combination, $24.40. $1 try, 413, $82.20. And the $1 super, $359.70. The race 4 rundown is now on your screens. The 1, the dog in the fight, took late money to become the 6-5 favorite. He finished second. The 2, Wrangler Cash, was fourth. The 3, Uber Hanover, third. The 4, Sunny Bow, your race winner. The 5, Brody's Scrapper, was sixth. The 6, the Colt, finished fifth. And the 7, Bring Your Fire, finished seventh. From the top down, your program should read 2, 4, 3, 1, 6, 5, 7. The fractions were 27 and 4, 57 and 2, 125 and 4, and a 156 win for the 4, Sunny Bow. 2 claims were entered before the race on the 7, Bring Your Fire. And in a draw, the new owner of the 7, Bring Your Fire, is Mickey Sudar of Hagersville, Ontario, who claimed Bring Your Fire for $10,500. Race 5 is coming up. Race 5 starts the pick 5, and there's a high 5, as well as exactor and triactor wagering. On your screens, the battle for show between Uber Hanover and Wrangler Cash. Wrangler Cash, the 2, finished 4th. Uber Hanover was the show finisher, the 3. There are 2 noteworthy equipment changes in race 5. 6, the chairman is going from blinkers to blind bridle. And there's another change on the 8 Delco Dynamo, side rolls to blind. The race 5 post parade is coming out. These are non-winners of $400 per start in their last 10 starts with allowances. Also eligible, $8,500 claimers. They're racing for a purse of $6,100. Note that race 5 kicks off the pick 5. There's also high 5 wagering here. There's the 1, Always Your Way, owned by Jamie and Sonia Johnson, trained by Jamie Johnson, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 2 is Well Worth the Wait, owned by Catherine and Lauren Scott, trained by Brian Scott, who also drives. 3 is Rock and Roll Nation, owned by Michel Grenier, trained by Alain Martin, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Four is John Snow, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. 5 is Rockin' My Dream, owned by Kristen Trudeau, trained by Stefan Meyer, driven by Mike Healy. Six is De Chairman, owned by Sean Vino, trained by Emily Vino, driven by Guy Gagnon, and note the change from blinkers to blind on De Chairman. 7 is Major Motion, owned by trainer Jennifer McBride, driven by Robert Shepard. Eight is Delco Dynamo, owned by trainer Hélène Filion, driven by Stéphane Pouliot. There's a bridle change on Delco Dynamo, going from side rolls to blind. Completing this field from the trailing post 9 is Tahuya Brew, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, and driven by Pascal Berube. That's your field for race 5. There's exactor, triactor, high 5, and pick 5 wagering. The current favorite is now on your screen. That's the one, Always Your Way. He loses his former driver, Stéphane Pouliot, to Delco Dynamo, but moves to the frontier and picks up catch driver Jimmy Gagnon, who drove him to 3 of his 4 wins here last season for owner-trainer Jamie Johnson. He was parked with excess cover here April 7th, so it's easy to see why Always Your Way is the current 7-5 favorite from the rail. They'll be lining up shortly for race 5, which starts the only pick 5. Glenn Pearson is going with the 9 here, Tahuya Brew. I like the 6, De Chairman. Who do you like? And the starter has called the race 5 pacers. They're the 1, Always Your Way, Jimmy Gagnon. The 2, Well Worth the Wait, Brian Scott. The 3, Rock and Roll Nation, Stéphane Brosseau. The 4, John Snow, Ryan Guy. The 5, Rockin' My Dream, Mike Healy. The 6, De Chairman, Guy Gagnon. The 7, Major Motion for Robert Shepard. The 8, Delco Dynamo, Stéphane Pouliot, and from the trailing post 9 is Tahuya Brew for Pascal Berube. They're headed into the turn. Last chance to get involved in the pick 5. They're lining up. And they're off, making an early move from post 5. Rockin' My Dream is out to battle, well worth the wait. Taking back to third is the favorite, Always Your Way. Out and moving fourth is John Snow. And then it's further back to Delco Dynamo. It's Rockin' My Dream who's got the lead, but it might be short-lived because well worth the wait doesn't want the pocket. He's stepped out for Brian Scott, and they pass the opening quarter in 28 and 3. Moving to the lead, well worth the wait, not willing to wait, and neither is Rockin' My Dream, playing give and go for Healy, and making another move to head to the front again. Following from third, watching and waiting, is the favorite, Always Your Way. They're on the second turn now, and up front and leading the way again, Rockin' My Dream ahead of well worth the wait. They reach the half in 57 and 3. It looks like Always Your Way is stepping out, and here he comes first over from third. Moving up the cones fourth is John Snow, and then second over on the outside and gaining ground is Tahuya Brew. To his inside, Rock and Roll Nation. Outside, third over, and gaining is Rock and Roll Nation now, I should say. And further back, that's the 6, the chairman, getting involved in the outer flow. He's followed 3 wide by Major Motion, who's stepping out for a big late move, but they're still coming after the top few who've been leading the way and trading off places. Here comes the favorite, Always Your Way. He is hunting down the early leader. That is Always Your Way. Getting there ahead of a fast closing Rock and Roll Nation. Rockin' My Dream third, 157 and 4. Unofficial results are now posted with the 1, Always Your Way, a winning 9-5 favorite for Jimmy Gagnon over the 3, Rock and Roll Nation. The third place finisher was Rockin' My Dream, the 5. The chairman closed for 4th, and Tahuya Brew, the 9, completes the high 5. Unofficial results. Hold all tickets. coming to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle for the first time this season is the one, Always Your Way, the unofficial winner of race 5. He's an 11-year-old bay gelding by Always a Virgin out of Penny Arcade, owned by Jamie and Sonia Johnson of Edwards, Ontario. Bred by Bluestone Farms of Hopewell, New Jersey. He's trained by Jamie Johnson, and a winning drive from Jimmy Gagnon. It's his first win in 5 starts this year for Always Your Way. Congratulations. And race 5 results are now official. The one, Always Your Way, returns $5.90 to win. The 1-3 exactor will show momentarily. 20-cent pick 3 of 3, just $5.52. But the 20-cent super high 5 quite rewarding here. The 1-3-5-6-9 combination, $174.89. The $2 exactor, 1-3, $26.80. The $1 try, 1-3-5, $45.80. And the 20-cent pick 4, which was given out in my picks in the program, is a nice one tonight. The 20-cent ticket, paying on 4 of 4, $139.76. The race 5 rundown is now posted. The 1, Always Your Way, a 9-5 winner. The 2, Well Worth the Wait, was 8th. The 3, Rock and Roll Nation, closed for 2nd. The 4, John Snow, was 6th. The 5, Rockin' My Dream, 3rd. The 6, De Chairman, was 4th. 7, Major Motion, finished 7th. The 8, Delco Dynamo, was 9th. And the 9, Tahuya Brew, finished 5th. From the top down, your program should read 1-8-2-6-5. Make a correction and start again there. The rundown should read in your program for race 5, 1-8-2-6-3-4-7-9-5. The fractions were 28 and 3, 57 and 3, 127, and 157 and 4 for the mile. Race 6 is coming up. No changes. The race 6 selections of myself and Glenn Pearson are posted. He's going with Late Night Dealer and William Waugh here. I like Keystone Doral for Jacques Baudouin. Neither of them is a winner so far this meet. That could change tonight. Glenn likes Western Phil for place, and I'm going to the back class of the 5 Big Pete Style for second. It's another 9-horse field coming up with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and the start of another pick 4. The race 6 field is coming out for the post parade. These are non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 starts. Also eligible claimers, $8,500 price tag for non-winners of $3,100 and $25 in their last 5 starts. Purse, $5,200. There is one equipment change here. It's on the 8 State News, who goes from side rolls to blind bridle. The 1 is Fear My Smile, owned by Claude Proulx, trained by Denis Monguy, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 2 is Bet Till Dawn, owned by trainer Jennifer McBride, driven by Richard Simard. 3 is Keystone Doral, owned by trainer-driver Jacques Baudouin. The 4 is Late Night Dealer, owned by trainer Gerard Vaillancourt, driven by William Waugh. Five is Big Pete's Style, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. 6 is the current 8-5 favorite, EL Wild Sport, for owner William Gibson, trainer Brian Gibson, and catch driver Robert Shepard. Seven is Odds On Walkover, who races without Lasix. He's owned by Raymond Alport, trained and driven by Darcy Clancy. The 8 is State News, owned by Robin Lawler, trained by Raymond Crick, driven by Matt Harvey. And note the equipment change, side rolls to blind for State News. Completing the field is the 9, Western Phil, owned by Pascal Fleury, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. And that's your field for race 6, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering. The 6 EL Wild Sport continues as 9-5 favorite, perhaps on the driver change. He's in line to Robert Shepard tonight. And he did close well for show at long odds last Sunday. The starter has called the race 6 field. They're the 1, Fear My Smile, Marie-Claude Auger. The 2, Bet Till Dawn, Richard Simard. The 3, Keystone Doral, Jacques Baudouin. The 4, Late Night Dealer, William Waugh. The 5, Big Pete Style, Ryan Guy. The 6, EL Wild Sport for Robert Shepard. The 7, Odds On Walkover, Darcy Clancy. The 8, State News, Matt Harvey, and from the trailing post 9 is Western Phil and Guy Gagnon. They're on the turn with Late Night Dealer and Fear My Smile getting into position. They're lining up. And they're off, and very eager from the trailing post. Western Phil is making his way into the early going. They're chasing Fear My Smile in the
earliest going. On that one's outside, here comes a move from the favorite, EL Wild Sport. Back in third, Bet Till Dawn. Settling fourth, Keystone Doral. And now we've got another leader change. It looks like Fear My Smile and EL Wild Sport duking it out in a 29-3 opening panel. EL Wild Sport has landed on the lead ahead of Fear My Smile. Then it's back to Bet Till Dawn, advancing first over Late Night Dealer. Inside fifth is Keystone Doral. Coming second over sixth is Western Phil. Following him, Big Pete Style. And at the back, and still needing to do more, Odds on Walkover and State News. And they reach the half with a 58-4 clocking for EL Wild Sport, who keeps ahead of pocket sitting Fear My Smile. Looming large on the outside, first over in third, and possibly moving into second, Late Night Dealer. Here comes a big move from Western Phil, who's tipping 3 wide and sticking his head in front. He's second now and towing another into it as Big Pete Style follows that cover, and he's out 3 wide, dropping back between horses. Late Night Dealer, EL Wild Sport is trying to outpace Western Phil, 128-3. They're coming down the stretch now, and it's a 3-length lead for EL Wild Sport, who looks confident for Shepherd. Coming late, that's Big Pete Style. Oh, it's a battle to the wire, and between horses, it looks like Western Phil may have stolen it there in the final strides, just ahead of Big Pete Style, with EL Wild Sport third in a furious finish, 158-4. And we have the first dead heat of the year at Rideau Carleton between the 5, Big Pete Style at 11-1 for Ryan Guy, and the 9, Western Phil, 9-5 co-favorite for Guy Gagnon. Unofficially third, EL Wild Sport, the 9-5 co-favorite. Fourth was the 1, Fear My Smile. And returning to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle, we're looking at Western Phil. He's a 10-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer out of Matter of Style.
He's owned by Pascal Fleury of Princeville, Quebec, bred by Hudson Standardbreds, trained and driven to victory in this dead heat by Guy Gagnon. And now in the winner's circle is the other winner of the dead heat, Big Pete Style, a familiar face in the winner's circle at Rideau Carleton. He's a 12-year-old big gelding by Jeremy's Jet out of Stylish Artist, owned by Rachel Burns of Cardinal, Ontario, bred by Tara Hill Stud of Port Perry, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. And that's his first win in 4 starts this season. For Western Phil, it was his first win in 3 so far this year. Congratulations to Western Phil and Big Pete Style on this 158 and 4 dead heat. The results are unofficial, but take note of our graphics showing the dead heat win. It is a dead heat between the 5 and the 9. They are both winners here in race 6. And now it's official. Prices are now posted. 2 winners. The 5, Big Pete Style, returns $9.70 for the win. The 9, Western Phil, returns $3.50 for his win. The $2 exactor with the 5 on top, 5-9, pays a bit better than with the 9 on top. The multiple combinations are posted. That 5-9 exactor, $41.80 for $2, and the 9-5, $28.40 for $2 exactor. The race 6 rundown is now posted. The 1, Fear My Smile, was 4th. The 2, Bet Till Dawn, 6th. The 3, Keystone Doral, was 9th. The 4, Late Night Dealer, finished 5th. The 5, Big Pete Style, dead heated for win. The 6, EL Wild Sport, finished 3rd. The 7, Odds On Walkover, was 7th. The 8, State News, was 8th. And the 9, Western Phil, dead heated for win. From the top down, your program should read 4, 6, 9, 5, 1 dead heat, 3, 7, 8, 1 dead heat. The fractions were 29 and 3 to the opening quarter, 58 and 4 to the half, 128 and 3 to 3/4, and a 158 and 4 mile for both Western Phil and Big Pete Style in their first win of the season. On your screens, the photo finish showing both noses on the line. Race 7 is the preferred handicap pace. No changes. It's a field of 6. Track handicapper Glenn Pearson is going to PL Aussie, the 4, who has been stung in the last 2 preferred handicaps by my top choice, the 6, the Lightspeed, who is going for his 3rd in a row at the preferred handicap level here. Current 3 to 5 favorite is the 4, PL Aussie. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering coming up in race 7. Race 7 is the preferred handicap pace, going for a purse of $10,000. One is Stonebridge Maze, owned, trained, and driven by Jacques Baudouin. Two is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 3 is Dillon's Bank, owned and trained by John McMillan, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. The 4 is PL Aussie, current 4 to 5 favorite, owned by Jody Sanderson, with Mike McKenna and Darren Smith, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Pascal Berube. 5 is Jet Rock, who's owned by Écurie CSL with Les Écuries Desjardins, trained by Isabelle Darvaux, driven by Robert Shepard. The owner should be Les Écuries d'Orléans on Jet Rock with Écurie CSL. And rounding out the field is the 6, the Lightspeed, owned by Michel Nollet. He's trained and driven by by Guy Gagnon. And that's your field for the preferred handicap pace. Now on your screens is the even money current favorite, the 4, PL Aussie. He won the July 30th, 2023 Rideau Preferred Handicap with another driver, Samuel Filyaw, and he seems overdue for a repeat. He was runner-up as beaten favorite in the last 2 editions of the Rideau Preferred Pace. He picks up driver Pascal Berube here, and he's 6-5 at the moment, the 4, PL Aussie. No changes in this small but talented field. They'll be lining up shortly. There's a pick 3 that begins this race, race 7. But take note, in race 8, we do have a late pick 4 coming up. It's been a good mix of long shots and favorites tonight. Thanks to the West Coast voters, or players, I should say, joining us from California for the Rideau Carleton card tonight. If I were to vote here, I'd be voting for the light speed, getting his 3rd in a row. Jet Rock has upstaged him before. There's going to be some late speed on show in race 7. Speaking of which, you'll have to hurry to get those wagers in. The starter has called the field for the race 7 preferred handicap. They are the 1, Stonebridge Hermes, Jacques Baudouin. The 2, Shotgun Jerry, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, Dylan's Bank, Jimmy Gagnon. 4, PL Aussie, Pascal Berube. 5, Jet Rock, Robert Shepard. And 6, the Lightspeed, Guy Gagnon. They're lining up with Dylan's Bank, the last to fall in line. And on the turn, approaching the start. PL Aussie has his nose on the gate. And they're off, and that's PL Aussie launching from mid-pack. He's got opposition to his inside, though. Stonebridge Hermes likes the front. He's taking back to 3rd, but Shotgun Jerry is moving on and keeping PL Aussie extended as he makes front. PL Aussie has landed on the lead just ahead of Shotgun Jerry. Back in 3rd, Stonebridge Hermes. Then it's Dylan's Bank, and the late speed trails. That's Jet Rock and the Lightspeed. They head past the quarter in 27 and 4 in single file order, led by 3 to 5 favorite PL Aussie and Berube. Close up in second is Shotgun Jerry, still third Stonebridge Hermes. Then it's back to Dillon's Bank and Jet Rock. Stepping out to move first over from the back of the pack in the turn is the Lightspeed. They're headed to the halfway point with PL Aussie freewheeling on the front end. Shotgun Jerry sitting second, 57 flat to the half. PL Aussie still there, unchallenged to this point as Shotgun Jerry chooses to keep in the pocket. Second, here comes the Lightspeed ranging into third, first over on the outside. Then fourth is Stonebridge Hermes. Also Jet Rock getting involved. He's gapping cover. Second over though, trailing Dillon's Bank. PL Aussie looking strong. He hits the 3/4 in 125 flat. They're on the final turn and still led by PL Aussie, but the Lightspeed looks to unleash a late kick here and try to hunt down the favorite. That's Shotgun Jerry still sitting second, but they're not going to catch PL Aussie tonight. PL Aussie looks to be too good. The Lightspeed second. Shotgun Jerry finishes third ahead of Jet Rock, 153 and 4. Unofficial results are now posted with PL Aussie, the 4, the 3 to 5 favorite. The unofficial winner ahead of 6, the Lightspeed. Third was Shotgun Jerry, the 2, and Jet Rock was fourth. Bente, you may want to get the napkin in the winner's circle. Thank you very much, Bente, for the safety. And returning to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle is number 4, PL Aussie. He's by Sunshine Beach out of Taylor Lane Action. PL Aussie, a winning 3 to 5 favorite. He's owned by Jody Sanderson, Michael McKenna, and Darren Smith. Pascal Berube, the winning driver with his signature wave. And the trainer, Mandy Archer. Congratulations to PL Aussie, overdue for that win in the Rideau Preferred. Congratulations to PL Aussie and his owners, Jody Sanderson, Michael McKenna, Darren Smith, and Dean Larkin. PL Aussie is a 6-year-old bay stallion. bred by Princely Acres. Results have gone official. PL Aussie returns $3.50 to win. The 20-cent pick 4 pays on 4 of 4, $24.57. $2 exactor, 4-6 combination, $6.80. The $1 try, 462, $7.35, and the $1 super, $22.80. That's PL Aussie's first win of 2024. The race 7 rundown is now on your screens. The 1, Stonebridge Hermes, finished 6th. The 2, Shotgun Jerry, was 3rd. The 3, Dillon's Bank, was 5th. PL Aussie, your race winner. The 5, Jet Rock, was 4th. And 6, the Lightspeed, finished 2nd. Your program should read from the top down, 635-142. The fractions were 27 and 4 for the opening quarter, 57 flat at the half, 125 at 3/4, 153 and 4 for the mile. The final pick 4 of the card starts in race 8, coming up next. Just a statistical update on PL Aussie. He was Canada's fastest stallion on a 5/8 mile track this year, courtesy of his 154 and 2 qualifying win at Rideau Carleton. That was back on March 16th. Tonight's win, 153 and 4, lowers his own mark for the fastest stallion in Canada this season on a 5/8 mile track. So congratulations to all the connections of PL Aussie. In race 8, myself and fellow handicappers Robbie Robinson and Glenn Pearson agreed that the 3 inside horses will be tough to beat. It seems to be among them that will find the winner. Ray's Credit, the 1, is a strong closer, and he's got significant post and class relief here. And he's another who's overdue for a win. The 2, Mr. John, had a rough trip from an outside post last Sunday, getting stung there. And Delicate Sound is a very strong record for Marie-Claude Auger. He's actually never missed the board for Marie-Claude Auger, if I recall correctly from my research. So we're looking to those three, both myself and Glenn, for our tri-actor tickets here. Take note, if you're playing the pick 4 that begins in race 8, that will include race 10, of course, and there's an equipment and driver change in race 10 that factors into your ticket. In race 10, the 2, Rock and Zeus, has a driver change from Drew Smythe to Guy Gagnon and goes from aluminum to flip-flop shoes up front. Again, that's race 10, the 2, Rock and Zeus. Race 10 being part of the pick 4 sequence that kicks off here in race 8. The Race 8 Post Parade is coming out. These are non-winners of $3,500 in their last 5, with allowances for non-winners of a race in 2024. Also eligible, claiming horses, $15,000. They're going for a purse of $6,800. The 1 is Ray's Credit, owned by Elizabeth Adam, trained by John McMillan, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. The 2 is Mr. John, owned and trained by Alain Filion, driven by Pascal Berube. Three is Delicate Sound, owned by Aurel Harvey et Fils, Incorporated, trained by Marc-André Simoneau, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 4 is Play the Ace, owned by trainer Alain Filion with Bruce Tremblay, driven by William Waugh. 5 is Century Invictus, owned by John Collings, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. 6 is Get Your License Liam, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 7 is Make It Come True, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon, incorporated with Stephanie Gagnon, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 8 is What's in the Esky, owned, trained, and driven by Melanie Plourde. And from trailing post 9, it's Time to Dancing, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. No changes this race. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and the final pick 4 to play here. Current 2-1 co-favorite is now on your screen. That is the 2 Mr. John. He gets some class relief. And he's making his first ever start for driver Pascal Berube. He took his 152-4 lifetime mark at Rideau Carleton with a pocket ride back on October 19th for another driver, Robert Shepard. In his latest, he was uncovered first over to 3/4 and gaining ground. It was a very brave effort, but he tired late in an impossible trip. Mr. John is 2-1. He's co-favorite with the 1 Raise Credit. Just a reminder, this is the final pick 4 of the card, and the horses are about to line up for the start of race 8. The starter has called the horses for race 8. They are the 1, Raise Credit, Stéphane Brosseau. The 2, Mr. John, Pascal Berube. The 3, Delicate Sound, Marie-Claude Auger. The 4, Play the Ace, William Waugh. The 5, Century Invictus, Robert Shepard. The 6, Get Your License, Liam, Jimmy Gagnon. The 7, Make It Come True, Guy Gagnon. The 8, What's in the Esky, Melanie Plourde. And trailer number 9, Time to Dancing for Stéphane Pouliot. Lagging behind the rest is the 3, Delicate Sound, also Raise Credit. And Mr. John getting into position. They're all ready for the start. And there they go, leaving
from the inside. Mr. John has a momentary lead, but coming after him quickly is Get Your License, Liam. Out there early, now settling into third is Make It Come True. And up front, Mr. John wants that lead for Berube, and he gets it. He's leading the way just ahead of Get Your License, Liam, as they reach the opening quarter in the fastest of the night, 27-1. Mr. John. Then it's back to Get Your License, Liam. He is followed by Make It Come True. Fourth is Delicate Sound. Advancing now, first over into fourth, Time to Dancing, and he's towing Century Invictus into it. Also coming from the back is Raised Credit. He's third over in that outer flow as they make their way to the half. Still on the lead, it's Berube with Mr. John, 57-3, a 30-2 breather in that second panel. The known closer is leading the way tonight and looking good in the pocket. Get Your License, Liam. First over, but not gaining right now. In third is Time to Dancing, and then on the inside in fourth, but nowhere to go, Make It Come True, looking to slingshot late, going 3 wide now. From fifth is Century Invictus, 126-4. Mr. John trying to go all the way for a back-to-back victory for Berube. Here comes Get Your License, Liam. He has something to say about it. Get Your License, Liam is now surging ahead of Mr. John. Get Your License, Liam gets there ahead of Mr. John and a variety of contenders for show in 156-2. Unofficial results are now posted for race 8. The 6, Get Your License, Liam, stages a mild upset at 5-1 for Jimmy Gagnon. The 2, Mr. John, finished second, as beaten favorite. The 7, Make It Come True, third. And the 9, Time to Dancing, fourth. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle is the 6, Get Your License, Liam. He is a 6-year-old brown gelding by Control the Moment out of Miss Poole, owned by Limco Incorporated of Châteauguay, Quebec. Bred by Robert Montgomery of Carp, Ontario, trained by Victor Putty, and driven
to his second consecutive win for Jimmy Gagnon. That's a new seasonal best in his second win of 2024, a 1:56.4 win for Get Your License, Liam. Congratulations. Just a correction, 1:56.2. Race 8 is now official. The 6, Get Your License, Liam, returns $12.10 to win. The $2 exactor, 6-2, pays $38.40. The $1 try, 627, $74.50. And it's $563.30 for the 6279 Superfecta $1 combination. The race 8 rundown is now on your screens. The 1, Race Credit, finished 7th. The 2, Mr. John, was 2nd. The 3, Delicate Sound, 9th. The 4, Play the Ace, 5th. The 5, Century Invictus, finished 6th. The 6, Get Your License, Liam, the race winner for Jimmy Gagnon. The 7, Make It Come True, was 3rd. The 8, What's in the Esky, finished 8th. And the 9, Time to Dancing, finished 4th. From the top down, your program should read 729-561384. The fractions were 27-1, 57-3, 126-4, and 156-2. Race 9 is coming up next, and Glenn and I agree on time delivery, who delivered as a winning favorite here on April 7th with an off-the-pace maiden, or I should say first win of the year. He's not a maiden, but he did take a new lifetime mark there, adding to his existing wins. And we like him again. Glenn is leaning towards a 2, Conquest Sealster, for second. And I'm going back to Baylor Bobby, the 7, who finished 4th despite interference last Sunday. He's been on a roll for Jimmy Gagnon, and that was a very gritty performance. He was wide on the turn and interfered with, so Baylor Bobby could be even better than I expect here. The current favorite is the 2, that's Conquest Sealster for Guy Gagnon. This one a beaten favorite last start. Conquest Sealster did lead early on April 7th, but was hard used early, trying to get the lead back from Red Cape Party, who eventually won that race. Conquest Sealster did have 2 moves and was a beaten 1-9 favorite in the most recent mile here. Post parade is coming out for race 9, non-winners of $15,000 lifetime with allowances. Also, $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $30,000 lifetime. The purse is $6,200. The 1 is Win San Diego, owned by Kathleen Pelletier, trained and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. The 2 is the current 8-5 favorite, Conquest Sealster, owned by Kathleen Pelletier, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Three is Beach Roller, owned by Gilbert Mercier, who also trains. Stéphane Brosseau is in the sulky. Four is Midnight Maddie, owned by trainer Jamie Johnson with Crystal Johnson, driven by William Waugh. Five is Wise Cheddar Wheel, owned by Mary Lee Simoneau, trained by Marc-Andre Simoneau, and driven by Pascal Berube. Six is On Time Delivery, owned by Windermere Farms, trained by Isabelle Darvaux, and driven by Robert Shepard. Seven is Baylor Bobby, owned by Russell Ellis, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Eight is Irresistible, owned by Jamie Copley and Darren Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Stéphane Pouliot. The 9, D.A. Cinnamon Crunch, is owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, and driven by Ryan Guy. Note that there's an equipment adjustment there, taking the hobbles in from 57.5 inches to 56.5 inches. She was walking a moment ago. Ryan Guy had stepped out of the sulky to adjust equipment on D.A. Cinnamon Crunch, and now she's on your screen. And that's your field for race 9. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. As the snow begins, that is snow, we're back to looking at the race 9 selections. This is one where Glenn Pearson and I both agreed. On Time Delivery, whose current 2-1 co-favorite, looks like one to play back here. He had a lifetime best win, 156-1 on April 7th at this track for the returning driver, Robert Shepard. Conquest Sealster, the 2, continues to attract a lot of attention as well. This one is the co-favorite with Guy Gagnon aboard, also 2-1. The starter has called the race 9 Pacers. They're the 1, Winsong Diego for Marie-Claude Auger. The 2, Conquest Sealster, Guy Gagnon. The 3, Beach Roller, Stéphane Brosseau. 4 is Midnight Maddie, William Waugh. 5, Wise Cheddar Wheel, Pascal Berube. 6, On Time Delivery, Robert Shepard. 7, Baylor Bobby, Jimmy Gagnon. 8, Irresistible, Stéphane Pouliot. And the 9 is DA Cinnamon Crunch for Ryan Guy. They're in the turn. Winson Diego has to catch the rest. Beach Roller also hanging back a little. They're lining up for race 9. And they're off into the snow. Conquest Sealster makes his way to the early lead, and parked first over early is Midnight Maddie in second. Moving up into third is Winson Diego, now advancing into the pocket as Midnight Maddie takes back to third, and On Time Delivery sits patiently in fourth. They head to the opening quarter with Conquest Sealster leading the way, 29-2. And just behind him is Winson Diego, followed by Midnight Maddie. On Time Delivery gapping in fourth. Here comes a first over move in fifth from Baylor Bobby. To his inside sixth is Beach Roller. Following him, DA Cinnamon Crunch. And the last two are Wise Cheddar Wheel and Irresistible. They're into the second turn now, and still having his way on the lead is Gagnon with Conquest Sealster. Yet to make a move from the pocket, Winson Diego. But here comes a move, and it's On Time Delivery with a big one. They went by the half in 59 flat. On Time Delivery up to the sulky wheel of Conquest Sealster. Back in third, Winson Diego. Coming on second over into fourth is Baylor Bobby. He's got work to do, and there's just chasing Conquest Sealster so far. 128 to 3/4. On Time Delivery still parked first over second, chasing Conquest Sealster. Winsong Diego could have more for the stretch drive, and Baylor Bobby's coming on late. He's back in fourth. They're hunting down Conquest Sealster, and it's up to On Time Delivery to time this one, and he does it. It's On Time Delivery, delivering again for Shepard, getting there ahead of Conquest Sealster, Winsong Diego, and Baylor Bobby in 1:56.4. Unofficial results are now posted. The 6 on-time delivery, the winning even money favorite over the 2 Conquest Sealster. The 1 Win San Diego was 3rd, and the 7 Baylor Bobby 4th. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle is the race 9 winner, number 6, On Time Delivery. He's a 3-year-old bay gelding by Jimmy Freight out of Troxel, Hanover, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, Prince Edward Island, bred by River Valley Management, New Brunswick, and Windermere Farms of PEI, trained by Isabelle Darvaux, driven to a 2nd consecutive victory by Robert Shepard. That's 2 in a row for On-Time Delivery. Congratulations to all of his connections. Race 9 has now gone official. As we wait for the prices to be posted, take note that the track is now rated good by the AGCO judges with a 1-second variant. The track is now rated good. Prices are now posted for race 9. The 6 On-Time Delivery returns $4.20 to win. The 20-cent pick 4 that concludes this race pays on 4 of 4, $37 and change. The $2 exactor, 6-2, pays $9.40, and the $1 try, 6-2-1, returns $21 and change. The race 9 rundown is now on your screens. The 1, Win San Diego, finished third. The 2, Conquest Sealster, was second. The 3, Beach Roller, was 8th. The 4, Midnight Maddie, finished 9th. The 5, Wise Cheddar Wheel, finished 5th. The 6, On Time Delivery, your race winner for Robert Shepard. The 7, Baylor Bobby, closed for 4th. The 8, Irresistible, was 6th, and the 9, DA Cinnamon Crunch, finished 7th. From the top down, your program should read 3-2, 8-9, 5-1, 4-6-7. The fractions were 29 and 2, 59 flat to the half, 128 flat at 3/4, 156 and 4 for the mile for winner On Time Delivery. Race 10 is coming up next with Exactor Triactor Superfecta and the start of the late double. And take note of an important change on the 2, Rockin' Zeus, who adds catch driver Guy Gagnon and also goes from aluminum to flip-flop shoes up front. That's the 2, Rockin' Zeus, in race 10. This will be an interesting one, as Glenn's choice, the 1, Howie's Man, and trainer-driver Dan Dulude had an adventurous trip last week, going first up against Light the Torch and briefly drawing ahead of him before backing down late. Howie's Man has won here before. I think this field is deeper than what he's beat before, and I'm leaning towards Silverado for Ryan Guy. This horse is 13 years old, but I think he gets things to his liking this week, and Ryan Guy is known to pull up some good upsets here. He's 5-1 at the moment, and he's my best bet. Silverado, the 4. It's continuing to snow, and the track has been downgraded slightly to good by the AGCO judges. There's a 1 second variant. Here come the Race 10 Pacers. The Race 10 Pacers are now on the track, non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $600. They're going for a purse of $6,000. The 1 is Howie's Man, the current 6-5 favorite, owned by Christine Davignon, trained and driven by Dan Dulude. The 2 is Rockin' Zeus, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, catch driven by Guy Gagnon. Three is Candid Cameron, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven, or I should say trained only, by Stéphane Pouliot. That's Melanie Plourde driving. 4 is Silverado, owned by trainer Wayne Laviolette, driven by Ryan Guy. Five is Real Rubies at Play, owned by trainer-driver Jason Gilchrist. 6 is I'm a Dude, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Seven is Party Vibes, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur with Pierre and Michel Blaise. Stéphane Brosseau drives. And completing the field is the 8, Hurricane Cheyenne, owned by trainer Jeremy Marcotte. Richard Simard is in the sulky. That's your field for race 10. It kicks off the late double. There's also exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering here. Continued favoritism for the 1, Howie's Man, who gets post and class relief here. And he's going for his first win of the year. It's his 4th start this season. He had class relief dropping in already. He had been at Woodbine Mohawk Park back in January, and now he's coming back at Rideau Carleton. He did win here last year, but he had his fastest win of the season at Trois Rivières on the half-mile track in a 6-win season last year. The starter has called the horses for race 10. They're the 1, Howie's Man, Dan Dulude. The 2, Rockin' Zeus, catch driven by Guy Gagnon. The 3, Candid Cameron, Melanie Plourde. The 4, Silverado, Ryan Guy. The 5, Real Rubies at Play, Jason Gilchrist. The 6, I'm a Dude, Stéphane Pouliot. 7, Party Vibes, Stéphane Brosseau. And 8, Hurricane Cheyenne, Richard Simard. Last chance to play the late double as the field heads into the turn. Howie's Man and Rockin' Zeus need to catch their other rivals here. They're lining up and ready for the start. And they're off. From the middle of the field, Silverado launches early. Howie's Man leaving well from the inside. Parked first over in third is Rockin' Zeus. Outside of him, the one who had the nose on the gate early is 3 wide early. That's Hurricane Cheyenne, who's thought better of it, backing down to 5th. Moving up is Candid Cameron now, who lands 4th along the cones. They're led by Silverado to the opening quarter, but it's a contested one. Here comes a new leader as they pass the quarter in 29 flat. Rockin' Zeus is there. Silverado, not a fan of that move. He steps out again for Ryan Guy and reclaims the lead, getting stretched out by Rockin' Zeus. Third is Howie's Man. 4th, Candid Cameron. 5th is Hurricane Cheyenne, and they're in the turn. And up front, Silverado still having it his way, just ahead of Rockin' Zeus. 59 flat to the half, a 30-second breather in that second quarter. And here comes the outer flow.
Candid Cameron at a price is up to challenge. He's second outside of Silverado, impressing the pace. Still third, caught inside, Rockin' Zeus. On the outside, second over and fourth is Hurricane Cheyenne. On the inside, Howie's Man is buried fifth. 3/4 reached in, 128 and 1. Silverado is putting away the first over bid of Candid Cameron so far, but they're swinging for home, and he needs to do more. That's Silverado on the lead, coming to him up the inside, Rockin' Zeus for Gagnon. On the outside, they're closing from everywhere now, and Hurricane Cheyenne falls just a head short of catching Silverado. For show, it might have been Rockin' Zeus, 157 and 3. That's the 13-year-old Silverado stepping into the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. A 4-1 best bet. Silverado is by Mach 3 out of Armbro Velour. He is owned and trained by Wayne LaViolette of Dunrobin, Ontario, bred by Susan LaViolette, also of Dunrobin. Driven to victory by Ryan Guy. That's Silverado's first win in 4 tries this season. And the 13-year-old Bay Gelding shows his class tonight. Unofficially second, the 8 Hurricane Cheyenne, and a dead heat for show between the 2 Rockin' Zeus and the 3 Candid Cameron.
Race 10 is now official. Silverado returns $10.10 for the win. $1 superfecta 4823 pays $2,834.20. Take note that there is a dead heat for show, so multiple combinations are displayed with third and fourth. The $2 exactor 4-8 combination with Silverado over Hurricane Cheyenne pays a generous $336.70. The $1 try 4-8-2 pays as well as the 4-8-3 combination with the dead heat for show. You're probably hoping you had Rockin' Zeus. That one returns over 1,000. That's $1,029.85 for the $1 4-8-2 try, $866.95 if you used Candid Cameron in the show spot. Multiple payouts posted due to the dead heat between the 2 and the 3 for show in race 10. The race 10 rundown is now posted. The 1, Howie's Man, was 8th. The 2, Rockin' Zeus, dead heated for show. The 3, Candid Cameron, was also in a dead heat for show. The 4, Silverado, your race winner for Ryan Guy. The 5, Real Rubies at Play, finished 7th. The 6, I'm a Dude, was 5th. The 7, Party Vibes, was 6th. And the 8, Hurricane Cheyenne, was 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 8, third dead heat, 1, 7, 5, 6, 2. The fractions were 29, 59, 128 and 1, and 157 and 3 for the win. On your screens, that's the dead heat for show between Rockin' Zeus, the 2, and Candid Cameron, the 3. Race 11 is coming up. And they're stepping out now for the post parade. Non-winners of $6,000 in their last 5, also eligible. Non-winners of $40,000 lifetime and $18,000 claimers with allowances. Purse, $7,800. The 1 is Buck and Better, owned by trainer Scott Henry with Lisa Henry, driven by Darcy Clancy. Two is the current 3 to 5 favorite, Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy, trained by John McMillan, driven by Stefan Brasso. Now on your screen is 6, Trion de Vie, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. The 3 is Stardog, owned, trained, and driven by Ryan Guy. Four is Skylar, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Now parading is the 7, Viper, owned by Stacy Smith Robinson, trained by Brian Scott and driven by Stefan Pouliot. The 8 is Mac Victor, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty and driven by Robert Shepard. Now coming on the track is the 5, Jaden's Magic Steel, owned by Jamie Copley with Darren Tingley and Dwayne Tingley of Nova Scotia, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. Completing the field from trailing post 9, Smiling Billy the Kid is owned by Jean Allaire and Gina Bragagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier. Pascal Berube is in the bike. That's your field for race 11. There's a high 5 here, and we're keeping the tradition that this is the Robbie D'Alessandro pace. Monty's Gone Marble is current favorite. It's easy to see why. He's 3-5 at the moment. He was a winner here last May 14th at odds of 9-2 and took his lifetime mark that mile of 1:53.3. He had some post and class relief, and Stefan Brosseau was in the sulky. He faced much tougher here last Sunday, closing well, 4th over from last. Speaking of which, it's your last chance to wager on race 11, the final race of the card. Thanks to everyone who played along tonight, at home, at OTBs, and here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. We appreciate the support. The starter has called the horses for the Robbie D'Alessandro pace, race 11. They're the 1, Buck and Better, Darcy Clancy. 2, Monty's Gone Marble, Stefan Brosseau. 3, Stardog for Ryan Guy. 4, Skylar, Jimmy Gagnon. 5, Jaden's Magic Steel, Guy Gagnon. 6, Trion de Vie, Marie-Claude Auger. 7, Viper, Stefan Pouliot. 8, Mac Victor for Robert Shepard. And the trailer is the 9, Smilin' Billy the Kid for Pascal Berube. They're all in line with the trailer behind. And they're off. Speed from the inside as an early battle erupts between Buck and Better and Monty's Gone Marble, who is surging on first over. Moving up from the trailing spot to land 3rd. Following them is Smiling Billy the Kid, and then it's back to 4th place Skylar. Monty's Gone Marble getting stretched out by Buck and Better en route to the opening quarter, and the favorite has got there in 28 flat. They're now led by Monty's Gone Marble. Sitting 2nd was fast leaving Buck and Better, followed behind him by Smilin' Billy the Kid. Then it's back to Skylar, Jaden's Magic Steel, Stardog. Here comes a first over bid from far back from Viper. At the back, Trion de Vie, and still trailing the field is Mac Victor, who is gapped out back there. And they reach the half in 57-4. Monty's Gone Marble still doing good things. Smiling Billy the Kid is
still a factor, but further back, because here comes Skylar to challenge and stick ahead in front. And Monty's Gone Marble is fighting back. Viper is out there in the 3-wide path and coming on into third. Backing down slightly on the inside, Buck and Better sits fourth, but looks to have some late pace. Also coming 4 wide from the back of the pack is Trion DeVee, 1:26 and 4 to 3/4. They're fanning out for the stretch drive here. And is it going to be Monty's Gone Marble? Skylar had something to say about that and seems to have put him away. Skylar repeats up the inside for place. Buck and Better. Monty's Gone Marble looks like he held on for third. And then Trion DeVee in 1:56 and 1. Unofficial results now posted for race 11 with the 4 Skylar going back to back in consecutive starts at this track for driver Jimmy Gagnon. Second, the 1 Buck and Better. Third, the favorite, number 2 Monty's Gone Marble. Fourth was the 6 Trion DeVee. Fifth was Jaden's Magic Steel. Hold all tickets. And stepping into the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure for the second consecutive week, it's number 4, Skylar. He's an 8-year-old bay gelding by Rockin' Image out of Courtster, owned by Limco Incorporated of Chateauguay, Quebec, bred by Sutton's Bay Racing of Grand Rapids, Michigan. He's trained by Vic Putty, and Jimmy Gagnon gets the win again with Skylar in 1:56 and 1. Congratulations to Skylar and his connections. Race 11 is now official. Number 4, Skylar, returns $10.10 to win. 4-1 exactor.
we'll cycle back to momentarily. $1 pick 4, 4 of 4, $18.05 and 80 cents. That 20-cent Super High Five returned over $1,231 for the 41265 combination. There it is, the $2 exactor, $86.30 for the 4-1 combination of Schuyler over Buck and Better. The race 11 rundown is now posted. The 1, Buck and Better, was second. The 2, Monty's Gone Marble, third. The 3, Stardog, was 8th. The 4, Schuyler, your race winner for Jimmy Gagnon. The 5, Jaden's Magic Steel, was 5th. The 6, Trion de Vie, was 4th. The 7, Viper, was 7th. The 8, Helmac Victor, was 9th. And the 9, Smiling Billy the Kid, finished 6th. From the top down, your program should read 238-154-796. The fractions were 28 flat for the opening quarter, 57 and 4 to the half, 126 and 4 to 3/4, and a 156 and 1 win for Viper. Thanks for joining us this evening at Rideau Carleton Raceway. The handle was $301,451. We appreciate all of you who joined us this evening, whether on track, online, or at the off track. Take note that live racing returns this Thursday, April 25th, with a 4 p.m. post time. That's our first Thursday card of the 2024 meet. We hope you'll join us here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks very much. Have a great night and drive safely. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer.